You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were old, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
All right, let's see. Can you hear me now? There we go. Okay. Good morning. I hope everybody is doing well. Hope you're braving and faring okay in this heat because it is bad. Let me just look at my phone. All right. I usually have my dual monitor set up so that I can monitor the audio and the chat on YouTube, from that. But I unplugged it because did you know that when you want to screenshot your screen, it's going to take a screenshot of both? And I'm sure there's a way for you to only screenshot one. But in that moment, I was trying to take a screenshot of a still from one of the documentaries in Paradise Lost, I should say. So, anywho, I I was trying to be quick about it, and I didn't want to go through the whole step, so I just unplugged the monitor. So anyway, I think there's something going on with this wire to the mic. I think it's a little bit loose. I think I need to fix it. But for now, as long as I don't move the mic, we should be good. All right. They have not started. They are late. So we're just going to chill here for a little bit before opening statements begin. I have the live feed pulled up. The closed captions are on. This happens quite frequently. Court, they tell you to be there at a certain time. They say the trial is going to start at a certain time, and inevitably there's always something. And, so we'll just be patient. But I am very, very glad that you guys have decided to watch the trial with me over here. There are many people who are streaming this trial. Many. Like when I went to YouTube to see who was the pool feed, I try, if at all possible, to use whoever the pool feed is. And usually it's like a local news station. Sometimes, obviously, Law and Crime, who also owns Court TV now, sometimes they are the pool feed. But in this case, it's the local news station. So, but when I went to do that, there was 5,100 channels streaming this trial. People are really, really interested in this trial. Last night, after I got off of the live with doing, let me just start that sentence all the way over because it's not going good. Last night, after I ended the live about Austin Drummond, I was looking at YouTube, and there was a video on Law and Crime, and they were talking about the spicy exchange between the female prosecutor for the state and Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney. And I did not watch the video because I'm trying to remain as open-minded as I possibly can. And so I didn't want to hear any information. But I did go to the comment section, and my goodness, y'all, this case in the comment section is incredibly, incredibly polarizing. Like crazy polarizing. I haven't seen a case be this polarizing in a hot minute. Also, if you hear some slight meowing, I am cat sitting this morning for the kids. They have to take the Nuggie. She's got a doctor's appointment, and I guess they need to have some work done at the on their apartment. And he doesn't do great with strangers, but he knows Granny, so he's in the bedroom with me. But he's a little confused because usually Granny sees him at his house. Come on, Olaf. So he's a little nervous, but he's got his litter box. He's got his water and his food. And so, yeah, he should be good. So every once in a while, you'll hear a little meow. And I'm keeping him separate from Alice and Mac. I think Alice would be okay with him because he's a male, but Mac might not because he's a male. And I don't want anybody to get hurt. So you know how that goes. Anyway. Nobody's harming any little kittens over here, just so you guys know that, okay? He's all set up and good. Granny would never. All right. So hang on just a second. All right. So let me say hi to you guys while we wait for them to start. You know what I could do? I'll tell you what I could do. At this point, we're going to hear all the things anyway, right? So let's watch that video that I watched yesterday so we can sort of see what I'm talking about. All right, hold on. All right, hold on a minute. Let me get it right to the point. Okay, so this happened at a motions hearing this week during jury selection, and we're only going to hear the spiciness that happened. I don't want to watch too much more than that because obviously we're not trying to, hold on a minute. Let me do something different. Because I don't want to miss when opening statements start. Now now Olaf is looking for the other cats. He smells them, so he's looking for them. All right. I'm so sorry about this, you guys. I totally forgot that I had to do this for the kids. I'm not going to lie. My memory just is not what it used to be. All right. They haven't even started yet, so here we go.
I still want to say that I think it's reprehensible the way the government is trying this case.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd just like to say that I understand why defense counsel would want to brush past what happened to these children, whitewash away what happened, and focus on something else.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to end that now. All right?
So he gets an opportunity to say it.
No. I stopped that.
But that wasn't.
So that's the beginning of it, okay? That's how it kind of started out. And then let's keep going. I will say this, Madam Prosecutor, it is rarely a good idea to, after the judge has said to stop, to then give commentary about the judge saying stop. Like, that seems like a bad idea. That doesn't seem smart at all. You know who we need? I need that clip of Chasing, because, you know, she's got I love her Boston accent. And I love it when she says, your mother's a liar. Your mother's a liar. I just love it. It's my favorite thing. I need to get that. I need to clip that. Chasing, come on. Can you do me a favor, Chasing? Even if you only like me 1.5%, just send me a voice clip of just you saying that. Your mother's a liar. Just my favorite. All right, here we go.
The only moment that got tense. The Commonwealth had a chance to fire back, and boy, did they ever.
The Commonwealth did not choose the ages of the victims. The defendant did. The Commonwealth did not choose the horrific nature in which they died. The defendant did. It is not the Commonwealth putting on a circus or a parade. It's the Commonwealth presenting the evidence in this case to prove that the defendant killed those children in the manner in which they were killed. Now, if defense would like us to reduce some of these witnesses, that would mean not talking about one of the children. So if he would like to tell me which of these children don't matter.
You know what? I'll tell you. We don't need that. All right?
During all of this tension, Lindsay Clancy herself.
So she was crying, apparently, a little bit, because, and the truth of the matter is, and this is, I was curious how this was going to go with this trial, because once we all know that not criminally responsible is an affirmative defense. She's not, her attorneys are not arguing that she didn't do this. What they're arguing is that she was in a state of psychosis for various reasons. And that is why she did what she did. So she should not be held criminally responsible in that way. She should be held responsible, but she should go to a secure facility rather than prison. That's really what the argument boils down to. And what the defense is saying is, if we're agreeing that this crime happened there and that Lindsay Clancy is responsible for taking the lives of her children, none of that is in dispute. Why does the Commonwealth need to bring in witness after witness after witness after witness this really has to do, I think, if I remember correctly, with the first responders, because they're the ones, obviously, that came in on the scene. And why do we need to have the nitty gritty be labored when that's not in dispute? So that's the argument here. And I think that's why they're calling it a circus. They're calling it a parade. But the fact of the matter is, hang on. They're in court. that's the truth. But they don't. It's not really necessary. But the Commonwealth's argument is, I have to. First of all, I have a burden of proof. Number one. That's the most important. They have a burden. They have the burden of proof here. And number two, some of these first responders saw one child, or they saw, and that's what their testimony is going to be about. So which child do we not talk about, which is their argument. But I don't think it's a circus. I don't think it's a parade. The argument from the defense has been that the Commonwealth basically doesn't have the evidence necessary to prove first-degree premeditated murder. So what they're going for is an emotional appeal to the jury. And that's what they're arguing against. And they're saying that bringing in all of this testimony about what the children looked like, what the first responders saw, is not required because they're not arguing those details. And that it's an emotional plea to the jury rather than a fact-based plea. That's the argument. All right, so we're going to listen to this, and here we go.
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Cotton. I can stand.
All right, counsel, good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
And we have our first sidebar of the day. Yay for sidebars. I think that they're one of the things that was in the comment section of that video is that Lindsay, because she is paralyzed, is surrounded behind her at all times by nurses. And there was a comment there was a discussion being had in the comment section that was basically extra, that why does she need a team of nurses around her? Is she not stable? Well, as someone pointed out in the comment section, she's paralyzed from the waist down. So, I mean, we all are familiar with human anatomy, and I'll just leave it there. I mean, how's she going to know if she's gone potty? Know what I mean? I'm glad to see you guys. Let me say hi to everybody. This trial is going to be very spicy, very, very snarky. I'm so glad you guys are all here. Thank you so much. If you haven't done so, could you do your girl a favor? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Hannah says, have the defense requested to call blood a red substance also? So typically, so it depends on who's giving the testimony. Usually, what they'll say is a brownish red substance. Unless it is the crime lab who is a representative from the crime lab who ran the tests on the brownish red substance. That's usually how they refer to it. They are not allowed, I think, to call it blood until there is witness testimony confirming that it is indeed blood. So, yeah. This is going to be a very, very, very spicy trial. I can tell already, which I really do appreciate when lawyers are passionate about the cases they're presenting, whether that is the prosecution or the defense. You know, I can understand from a defense attorney's perspective how difficult it is. And I'm not saying that's the situation in this case, but in other cases where you don't necessarily like your client, but you have taken an oath as an attorney and you believe in our justice system, which includes the right to a fair trial and the right to a defense attorney, to representation. And they do their jobs because they're fulfilling that oath. And I appreciate that, even if I don't always like their client. Several come to mind, but right now, Tasha Lynn, we don't like you, and I don't think your lawyers liked you. And I've been trying to check to see if there's any updates in her retrial, the progress there. And so far I have not seen anything. And I'm going to be, you know, to be fair, I don't check it like I check other things that I'm keeping an eye on, not on a daily basis. So I might have missed something, but it'll all work itself out. I'm going to, of course, stream that trial, the retrial. I have to. There's no getting around it. I'm very, very curious. And just while we're kicking it here, I'm very curious if she is going to try the not guilty by reason of insanity. But while we're waiting on the opening statements to begin, because we're having a brief sidebar, which isn't actually that brief. Oh, Mrs. Rabbit says, "Oh my God, I got a Tasha Lynn. Thank you, Bindi. You're welcome, babe. You're welcome. Always. Tasha Lynn. What do you guys, how are, I'm going to test the temperature in the chat. How are you guys feeling with respect to Lindsay Clancy? Do you think that this was premeditated first-degree murder, as the state contends? Do you think that she is not criminally responsible because she was in a state of postpartum psychosis? Or are you on the fence, not sure, and waiting to hear the evidence presented? I'm curious about that. I myself am on the fence. I'm waiting for the evidence to be presented. And the reason I say that is because I have intentionally not watched a lot of coverage on this, because I don't want those details, because I want to remain open for this case. In my true crime history, there's only ever been one case of a situation like this where I truly, truly believed that the defendant was suffering from postpartum psychosis, and that is Andrea Yates. This is so rare. And I am very curious about, I really want to hear from the defense and their experts on how they arrived at this diagnosis, what the circumstances were, what her evaluations were, all of that. It's all going to be very important. And that is why I have intentionally avoided. Oops, hold on a second. Let me edit this. Hold on. I would like to not show this. Let me hide this. There we go. And let me edit it. There we go. I don't know why. Where's my normal one? Hold on. If you guys hear the cat, I'm cat sitting for my daughter. They are having work done at their place, and he doesn't do well with strangers, and they don't want they're not going to be home, and they don't want a freak out. I've got him. All right, so let me do this. Let me fix this. So he's going to be. There we go. All right. I can't find the message now, but thank you, Shakto, for the super chat. I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. You're doing such a good job with your content. I'm enjoying my time here. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Wolfie, he's not sick. He's mad. He has to be here. He's confused because he knows Granny, but he doesn't know this house. Plus, Alice and Mac are here, and he's disgruntled and confused. And I'm doing the best job that I can possibly do. And it's so dadgum hot here. It's already like, what's the problem now? Why are we in a sidebar or what? Again, see, this is why I wish I have regrets. I'm not going to lie. Here's my regrets. I regret that I didn't start an hour late. I knew that I probably could afford to do that. And I didn't do it. I had a feeling that this was going to happen. And now you guys are stuck having to listen to me yammer on about nothing until they come back. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's upset. Wolfie. Oh, he's upset. He loves Granny. When I'm at the house, he sits with me and all that, but like he's very, very confused about what's going on right now. And basically, no me gusta. He no te gusta what's happening ahorita. So he's mad. But he'll be all right. He's got food. I gave him food. I gave him water, and he's good. Now, why are we over here on a sidebar? What has happened? Because I was taking care of the baby, and he's a Wolfie. He's so cute. He's an all black cat, and he's a rescue, and he's so tiny. I think he might have been like the runt in the litter because he's little for his age, which is another reason why I don't bring the behemoth that is Mac in here, because Mac is a huge cat, you guys. Like this, hold on, let me show you guys the video. This is this is Mac cropped. Okay, this is him. This is his picture. Here we go. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? He's a big boy. I think me and my daughter weighed him, and he is 20 pounds. He's a big boy. You think that she's going to plead, you guys, after all of this? Getting a jury seated and everything? I don't know. If she takes a plea, I'm curious. If she were to take a plea, she's looking at prison time. Yes, that's Mac. We were talking, I think it was during the Athena Strand murder trial. No. Maybe Corey Richards. I can't remember. It was a trial. It was one of the trials I streamed. And out of nowhere, Matt comes and like puts his hands, jumps up on the handrest, on the armrest of my chair and starts yelling at me. And it was just so apropos in the moment because I was bitching about something. And I clipped it. She's still in Denver Women's. Okay. I have no idea what's happening here. So I guess we'll see. Well, I'll find out. It's possible there's a plea. It's very, very possible. But it feels like then why would they be worrying about technical issues? If it was Corey. Thank you, Tess. It was Corey. I knew Tess would remember. I've been on panel with Shacto over at Melissa Jade's. In fact, if I recall correctly, Shacto, refresh my recollection, or is this your recollection as well? It was you and I and Melissa Jade, and we were doing a dramatic reading of the text messages between Gypsy Rose and Nick. Was that what it was? I feel like that's what it was. But as we can all see, my memory isn't stellar. All right, Lisa, have a good day at work. He's really shuffling some paperwork. Is it possible there's a plea? What's happening here?
Court, all rise.
Oh my God. He dressed up as Gypsy at Disney. You know that one. I need to see that because the panel I was on with him. Oh.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an and give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today.
Just a second before we proceed. Can I just say that I do love a little bit of the pomp and circumstance that comes with a Massachusetts trial. The hear ye, but the banging of the gavel, as loud as that was, might actually be my favorite part. I like that. All right, here we go.
We have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Now we're beeping. What? Gas and beeping. What is this? Why are we beeping? Are we on hold? Bro. I'm trying to be serious. Like, we're supposed to, this is a serious case. They're all serious cases, right? But I'm trying to really handle this one with extra delicacy. And,
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have.
Here we go.
I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 001, offense 003, charge of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right? Now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the 1st degree and murder in the 2nd degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the 1st degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you'll know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. So that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth, and after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all, because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, we used to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios, and in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right, and then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay? Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial, and as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right? That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right, so if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right, I have no opinion. Now, also during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right, don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed, and that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. There may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, it just means I disagree with the objection, and the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right, so that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. All right, when I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right, in this courtroom, this is the sidebar, and so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that, but we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know, and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything, but as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right, we're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right, and so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just it's up to you. That's your option. All right, you should know that those notes are your notes. By that I mean we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations.
Okay, so I think that's very sage and good advice, okay? And I think that's how I'm going to approach this case, because I haven't heard all of the evidence, and I'm anxiously anticipating that evidence, and I'm anxiously anticipating these opening statements because I really want to see and hear what the Commonwealth has that they're going to use as proof for premeditated murder. Also, I want to say that just in the very beginning when they were reading the indictments against her, it's been said over and over and over and over and over that she strangled the children with exercise bands. But in the indictment, it says beat. I didn't know that. So that is new information to me. Was that new information to you guys?
Two, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. Three, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right? My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right? Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict, all right? You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips, all right? As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day, all right? And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do, as best I can, is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. So that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow, all right? Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Seems like now we're going to be able to finally hear the opening statements. Let's see what the Commonwealth intends to prove and what evidence they're going to use to prove that. Here we go.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan was just 8 months old, always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays, so on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup, and so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialyte or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialyte. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, I need to find my kids. He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, she killed the kids. Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile. But first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You will see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect, is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to start the dishwasher and then I had to haul booty back in here. All right, now, I learned some things, and I think you guys did too in the chat. I saw a few comments. I did not realize that she also beat the children. That I did not know. That was new. I'll say that. I wanted to also let you guys know. Hold on, I want to Google this again. I accidentally closed it like a big dummy because I want to. Oops. I want to tell you guys what the jury is comprised of. All right, let's see. 12 women and 6 men. Here's the deal about that. Yikes on bikes, I'll say that, okay? Because women, speaking as one, I did bring my uterus and my ovaries today. We can be very judgy and we can be very empathetic. Sometimes we're at opposite ends of the spectrum, but sometimes we are judgy and empathetic at the same time. And the opening statements made by the state with respect to Lindsay Clancy's personality, controlling because she kept them on a schedule. I'll say this. She might have been controlling. I don't know. We haven't heard all of the evidence. I'm just talking about the opening statements here by the state real quick. So sometimes adhering to a strict schedule is often perceived by outsiders as a person, specifically, mainly and mostly women, as being controlling. From my own experience as a mom, I was outnumbered 3-1. And I was young and I had them back to back. There are 10 months between my 2 sons and 2 years between my youngest son and my oldest daughter. And then there's 7 years between the older 3 and the youngest daughter. So for my purpose, for me, in order to function and be able to get everybody fed, bathed, diapers changed, the house cleaned, the laundry, all of those things, I had to have a schedule. Now, things come up in life. So obviously deviations from the schedule can occur and do occur. That's just life. And I'm curious, if I've never asked and nobody's ever said this to me, not to my face anyway, if I was perceived as controlling because I needed to have a schedule. I have the ADDs and don't take medication for it. And even now that I'm almost 50 years old and I'm an empty nester, I have to have a schedule. I have to know what's coming next, because if I don't know what's coming next, then for me personally, I'm all over the place and I buffer, and if I try to do everything, nothing gets done. I have to do it. I have to be on a schedule. Like even with the channel, I tried really, really hard to be just like whenever. It doesn't work for me. Whenever ends up never. So I am curious how the women on the jury are feeling about this. Are they feeling judgy? Are they going to feel empathetic because they are moms too and know what it is, and that children do prefer a schedule? They like to know what's coming next. It's at least my kids did. Most kids that I know do. All right, here we go.
Normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided. by you as citizens, but in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them, and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experience is, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew, when he brought this charge, that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever of gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case that show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying, "Because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room with the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to the South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself. after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital? You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She could only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people, she was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because if they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And people can say, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids. And they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorpazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her, and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th. December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication. Gelada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all rise. Jury, Ms. Quinn, please.
Okay, so they're going to take their morning recess. I don't know if the lawyers will have anything they need to take up with the judge. So we'll just give it a second. See, also.
To discuss anything at this time? No. So we'll be in recess for about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not far enough behind where we can skip and it'll make any appreciable difference. So I'm just going to leave us as behind as we are right now. But I will turn the volume down. There we go. Okay, so this is what I'll say as far as the opening statements from the defense go. First of all, one thing that I could not avoid learning is the contentious relationship, as a working relationship that exists between the state and the defense. And I think in light of that, he could have chosen to stand at a mic, but he didn't. And I think that was intentional. I think that he was making up the point that this case is for the jury, not the jury of public opinion. And so he was speaking directly to the jury. I think that he has made it abundantly clear that he feels that the state is, rather than basing this prosecution, rather than basing their case on the actual evidence, they're using emotional tactics on the jury. So I think he was making a clear distinction in that way. I was not prepared to see those photographs of Lindsay. I don't think they were inappropriate at this time. This is something that happens often. They often use demonstratives during opening statements. I'm actually surprised that maybe the state didn't use pictures of the kids at the very least. I'll say this. I wanted you guys to know that all of you guys' opinions are welcome in the chat. And I expect that some of your opinions may change over the course of this trial, which I think is what we're supposed to do, right? We could go into a trial with an idea of what we think and an opinion about the guilt or not guilt of the defendant. But over the course of the trial and hearing evidence, our opinions may shift a little. There might be a time. I'm going into this very open. I have intentionally avoided watching anything recently about this case. I did watch Alex Erickson's coverage of it when this first happened. But that data has been overwritten in my brain by movies, song lyrics, stuff like that, as it always does. I'm on the fence right now. I don't know what happened. I don't know whether or not she had postpartum psychosis, and that is what caused this. I don't know if it was premeditated. I'm going to need far more than the opening statements. I mean, I guess I would agree with the judge that the opening statements are just really a roadmap of where each side intends to go. Now, I will say this. What I am incredibly interested in, besides the evidence at the end of this trial, is going to be the jury instructions. Now, I don't know if I will stream the charging conference, and let me explain why. Because I feel that in this trial, the jury instructions are going to be paramount. There's a lot of difficult legal concepts for the jury to grasp. And when I stream a trial, I am obviously watching the chat. I am listening to what's being said and taking notes to, for when the breaks or things come up that I want to talk about with you guys when we get an opportunity. And so because I think the charging conference is going to be so important, I might not stream that so that I can be solely and wholly focused on that. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. That's how I feel today. You guys know how contrary Aquarians can be, and I'm a full-on Aquarius. So I might change my mind. But before we move any more forward, I do want to take the opportunity now to thank some people who were very generous while the opening statements were being read. First and foremost, I want to thank Jonah's mom and Jonah for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that very much. I want to welcome Karen to the ward. Thank you for joining Psychopaths. And also thank you for sending a gifted membership. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you guys so much. I truly am grateful for all of the support that you guys have shown me over all of these years. Really, I don't know how I got so lucky to get such an incredible group of people all in one area at one time and over here with me. So I really appreciate that so much. I will say that something that is missing from the opening statements given by the defense is we hear this long list of medications that were prescribed to her. And it is a very long list. But we're missing some very important details, which I think are going to come out, but we don't have them now. So while I am in agreement with you guys in the chat saying, holy cannolis, this is a lot of medications, there's the other part of me that has been on the receiving end of a misdiagnosis and the adjustments in medications. Now, that being said, my personal experience, I was not postpartum. I mean, I was, but I wasn't. When I started going through what it started out with insomnia, really not being able to get on a really good sleep schedule, because when I had my youngest little mini Bindi, there's 7 years between her and her older sister, and then 9 and 10 years between her and her brothers. So, that 4 o'clock, 4:30 feeding, they don't always, we talked about this on Amber's, they don't always go right back to sleep. And even if she had, I wouldn't have really been able to, not for any appreciable amount of time, because I had to be up at 6 to get the kids off and ready, off to school and ready. So and then during the day when they were at school, certainly there were times when I would sometimes sleep with mini Bendy, but very rarely, because, there was cleaning, laundry, there was, grocery shopping, errands, and all that stuff. And then I had to pick the kids up from school, bring them home, snacks, homework, dinner. And it just was like a never ending cycle. And so anyway, what I was experiencing and what I was explaining to my doctor was how I voiced it was that I just could not quiet my brain. It was, constantly going, which I think was misinterpreted as bipolar, and my mom was bipolar. So I think that's where they were leaning. And I can relate to that zombie-like feeling. I remember one time during the course of all of this that my husband attended one of my appointments with me because he was very concerned. And he did tell the psychiatrist, look, she's like a zombie. She feels nothing. You've gone from her feeling every feeling to feeling absolutely nothing. And I was saying, you guys have just completely taken my muchness. I don't laugh. I don't cry. I'm numb. And I don't want to, that's not what I'm not trying to get numb. I don't want that. And so a lot of what they did for me was more keeping me on the same medication, but adjusting the dosage. And the one thing that they did start me out with was Vistaril, which is like a kind of like it's an antihistamine. It's like Benadryl, and I cannot be on Benadryl. Benadryl does not sedate me; it makes me hyper. So we went through all that, but anyway, it's very, very difficult. But one of the details that we're missing is, yes, it's a list of medication, but what it's really going to come down to is what was the specific cocktail of medications that she was on the day that this happened, because that's where that's what the jury is tasked with finding. Right? They're tasked with assessing not where she is today on July 27th, 2026, but where she was in 2023. And I don't know if you guys can hear, But now we have an uprising from Mac because the door to the bedroom is closed, and he has definitely sent a informational packet in which he has expressly said that he does not want closed doors. There are no closed doors to be in this house. And that is written in bold, all caps, underlined. Okay. And yet here he is facing a closed door, which is rude and unacceptable. So he's calling to me from behind the door. So if you hear that, we're going to have some cat noises today. It is what it is. It's just for today. Yeah. So I also did a little bit of looking into postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. And one thing that I misspoke on Amber's panel, and I want to apologize. You can have postpartum depression that goes into postpartum psychosis, but it doesn't always happen, and they're two very separate things. And according to the Googles, it says, no, postpartum psychosis does not typically begin as postpartum depression. It is a distinct, separate medical emergency that usually starts very suddenly within the first 2 weeks after childbirth. While a small percentage of cases involve depressive symptoms, postpartum psychosis more closely resembles a rapid onset manic or bipolar episode rather than developing from standard depression. Key differences in onset and features. Timing. Postpartum psychosis begins abruptly within days to the first 2 weeks of post-delivery, whereas postpartum depression usually emerges gradually over the first few months. Core signs. Postpartum psychosis features a sudden loss of touch with reality, confusion, hallucinations, and delusions, which does not occur in typical postpartum depression. Early indicators. The earliest signs of psychosis are often severe insomnia, restlessness, and sudden mood shifts rather than prolonged sadness or low energy. So, what we are doing, what we are dealing with in this trial is postpartum psychosis, which is very different than postpartum depression. They are two separate distinct issues, emergencies. So I'm now what we can expect, I think, after the break is, I believe that the state's first witness is going to be Patrick Clancy. I'm very interested in hearing what he has to say, and I will say this: Patrick, like Lindsay, are very polarizing people in this case. There are many comments that I saw really blaming him. Why didn't you take the kids with you? Why didn't you take at least one of the kids? Why would you ever leave her? She's seeking all of this help, and none of these issues seemingly are getting resolved. So why would you leave her alone with those children, even for an errand? That is the majority of the comments that I have seen in comment sections. And the thing about those types of comments that concern me is we've already learned some new information just from opening statements. Also, those comments are coming from a place where you know how the story ends. And I think that if Patrick were worried about anything, it would really be that she would harm herself. I don't think that he ever thought in a million years that she would harm those children. Because I do believe that if he had, he would have taken the kids with him. I think that that's the most likely explanation as to why. Conversely, with Rusty Yates was told let me put it like this. Rusty Yates was told in clear and certain terms that it was dangerous for Andrea Yates to get pregnant again. And 7 weeks later, she was pregnant again. And she required medication for schizophrenia. Well, she had to go off of her medication while she was pregnant. So these are not the same. And I need to stop, and I'm going to stop after this. Comparing the two, because now that I've heard the opening statements, the circumstances to me seem very different. The only similarity that the only commonality that they have is the potential postpartum psychosis. Amber says, good to see you, by the way, babe. Thanks for being here. Don't quote me, but I think she did tell him she had ideations of killing the kids. Then he went to an appointment with her. I'm like 90% sure. We'll have to see how that go. Well, I mean, I believe you. Amber is very, if you're not subscribed to ATS News, get subscribed and go over there and check her channel out, because she's a fantastic creator. If you say you heard that, I believe that as well. I believe that's, we'll definitely we're going to find out for sure. I don't know what it is lately for me. Part of it has to do with mistakes that I made back years and years ago on discussion boards involving the West Memphis Three, and just absolutely accusing flat out John Mark Byers of the crime. And I realized a long time ago how wrong that was. But lately I feel like I'm actually more prone to giving grace when I wouldn't have before. And I don't know if that has, if old age is, as the older I get, the more mellow I get in some aspects. I don't know what that's about. I saw that. Melissa said, oh Lord, we got Jess and Lauren at the courthouse. Yeah. Amber sent me, did that work, by the way, the Nightbot? Let me see. Yeah. We've got, they're at the courthouse. I mean, look, they're not my cup of tea. That's fine. I'm not everybody's cup of tea either. So I'm not I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to make this about them today, because there's plenty of time for that. So Remy says, from what I read, she had not only told him, but also doctors, that she was hearing things, having ideations, both suicidal and homicidal. Grain of salt, though, because I'm old. Reflection. ATS says, sounds like an advancement spiritually, Jen. That's good. Yeah, I will tell you this. Having grandchildren, and in particular, spending the amount of time that I spend with my little Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire, has really changed my perspective on things. It really has. She's changed me, all in good ways. you know, things that used to seem really important now, I'm just like, you know, like there are aspects of my personality. I need things to be the same. And it's weird because I'm also a person that will argue just to argue. Sometimes, like, I just enjoy the back and forth, the debate, not like arguing with like fighting, but more like a debate. I enjoy a debate, and I will pick a side just to debate. Not even because I feel passionate about that side or whatever, but just because I like the debate. And I don't do that as much anymore. I noticed that I don't like feet. I've never liked feet. I will never like feet. It's just the way that I am. I don't like my own feet either. But after I had kids, I could tolerate my children's feet, and I can tolerate Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie's feet. We call them her grape smashers, but I can tolerate her feet even more than I could tolerate my kids' feet. I am more flexible in aspects of my life that I wasn't before because of her. So she's changed me for the good. She's changed me for the good, I think. I do think it's all for the good. You know, like I have always had a spot on the couch, and that is where I've always sat. It's where I will always sit, and I like my spot. I've picked my spot similarly. Which, when I used to watch I remember when that episode of Big Bang aired, when Sheldon explained his spot and why he sits in that spot, and that is pretty much how I picked my spot on the couch. And but I will give that spot up for the Nuggie every day. And she'll tell me, Granny, thank you for sharing your spot. It is the best spot on the couch. Now, I will say this. Melissa said me either. I don't like mine being touched. My granddaughter knows it too and is always trying me. She loves to touch my feet. Always. She's always like, I'm going to do it, Granny. I'm going to touch your feet. So, yeah. Yeah. See, Jonah's mom, I have, even over the years, I've never been able to give Rusty Yates grace. I just haven't. I really, really have not. I've thought about it. Hey, Crime Crochet. I've thought about it. I've tried. I've re-looked at the case, and I've thought, am I being a dick? Am I being an a-hole? Props, but I don't care because I ain't got it for him. Just is what it is. I just can't do it. I just cannot. I've tried. I just cannot. But yeah. Oh, just while we're, kicking it, waiting for them to come back. I have been watching the Mortal Kombat 2 is streaming now on HBO Max. And I gotta say, okay, I played the game back in the 90s. I played the arcade version most. I also played Street Fighter 2 a lot too, both on the Super Nintendo and the arcade version. And I was very dubious about Mortal Kombat 2. I thought Mortal Kombat, the first one that they redid, was good. Because Sub-Zero is my favorite. That's the character I played all the time in when I played Mortal Kombat. But and then I played Blanca all the time in Street Fighter 2. But I was dubious about Mortal Kombat 2. But I thought they did a really good job. It's actually really good. And I think there's going to be a third installment. So it's really good. I really liked it. And then I'm watching, let me make sure I think I get the name right, because I do this a lot. Let me see. It's hold on a second. Let me look at it this way. Bro, what is wrong with me? I cannot think of I've been watching this show. On HBO. It's really good, but I can't remember what it's called. Shining Vale. Okay. It's an older series on HBO. And it's really good. Shining Vale sounds exactly like it sounds. It's like The Shining, but in the suburbs. It's actually really good. I'm enjoying it. It's actually very, very good. Okay. So Kimberly says, I don't know if any of you have seen the new He-Man movie. I could not stomach it, just could not do it. So yeah, they remade Masters of the Universe. Okay. As a child of the 80s, I would watch He-Man every once in a while, but not like by choice. Usually it was because like I was at like my cousins, and obviously they're boys, and they watched. So I watched with them because I had no choice. And then I do remember watching the original Masters of the Universe with Courtney Cox in it. And I just feel like, quite frankly, there are some things that we should just leave alone. And just because we can, doesn't mean we should, right? Obviously, like with the advancements in movie making now versus the 80s, yeah, the special effects, blah, 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 they're going to be better than when the movie was first made in the 80s. But I think the way that it was done in the 80s, I think it should be left alone. I think it's just upsetting, and I'm just not, I don't have any desire to see it. Now I do like She-Ra. In fact, frequently when, I frequently refer to the Nuggie as, well, come on, She-Ra, get it, you know? So, yeah. I just think there's some movies that, like, you don't really need to remake. Like, just leave it alone. Know what I mean? I think Reddington thought he was going to check something on his phone right quick, and the judge was like, nope. Just go ahead and pan on to the whole audience. Let's see everybody in the gallery.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right. Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time, is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem,
Per diem.
and then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth.
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks? Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay. Yeah. And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes,
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, you know, the playgrounds and
with Cora and Dawson.
Conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. You know, there were days where she had all three kids and, you know, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that
Yes.
time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
Okay. So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming, and yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah,
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22, and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement, and if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. All right, I do have to pause just briefly for some fair use commentary. I will say this. I was wondering how this testimony was going to go. But I think that Patrick not noticing Lindsay having trouble sleeping, I don't find that to be evidence of what it sounds like the state contends is that she was basically making it up for attention. I can tell you that when I had trouble sleeping after my daughter, my husband didn't notice that I was having trouble sleeping. He works a physical job. By the time he gets home from work, it's not regular business hours. It's not a 9 to 5. Sometimes he wouldn't get home till 10, 11 o'clock at night. And there were other, especially in the summertime, those hours could be even longer. So he didn't notice. That's because he was exhausted. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. And it doesn't even mean he wasn't an attentive husband. Sometimes people just don't notice shit. Sometimes it's like that. So I'm going to need more than Patrick. I'm just saying. All right, here we go.
At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah, I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station, they get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, this is Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th,
Hang on, I do have to pause for some fair use commentary here. I just would like to say that this happened way earlier in the testimony, but when she went to hand Reddington the exhibits that she was going to be using, it's so contentious between them that he's like, man, Your Honor, look here. We're not going to object to any of them. She doesn't have to keep coming over here and handing me these exhibits. I'm good. He was thinking in his brain, like, it's bad enough I got to sit next to her in close proximity, even though we're at another table at separate tables. But, the friendship door is permanently closed. So she doesn't need to keep on coming over here. Also, here's the thing with, I don't think she's had any gotcha moments. And I think she needs to be very careful with her questioning because, quite honestly, and I'm not saying this to be judgmental, okay? I wasn't there. I don't know these people. But her line of questioning, he can only answer the questions that she poses to him. And the way that this is coming across, honestly, is that he wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. So if she's trying to have some gotcha moment of, she's histrionic and this was all a ploy for attention, that is not coming across. It's actually coming across as more, he wasn't paying attention. And I think that might lead the jurors to be more empathetic and sympathetic to her situation. This is just not working. And quite honestly, I have to agree with you guys in the chat who are saying, what are these pictures supposed to show? Mental illness is not something, it's an invisible disease, right? It's an invisible situation. You can't see mental illness. I mean, there are certain mental illnesses, obviously, like schizophrenia. If somebody is hearing voices, seeing things that are not there, and they're having discussions and reacting to the voices and the things they see, that's very different. That is something that is visible, but it's not always visible. And people are capable, and most people will try and put on a brave face. They'll fake it till they make it, because that is one thing that therapists, in my experience, will tell you. Just force yourself to go outside. Even if you leave the house for 10, 15, 20 minutes, even if it's for 5 minutes, just fake it until you make it. And that doesn't, her going outside, her going Christmas shopping, looking at a Christmas tree, there's an element to that also goes hand in hand with being a parent. Okay. Christmas is stressful when you have it under the best of circumstances, whether you have children or not. There's the shopping, the expense of it all, it's the most wonderful time of the year, except for some people, it ain't the most wonderful time of the year. But but bottom line is, when you have children, you put on a happy face and you do what needs to be done, because Christmas is about kids after you have children, So I'm not incredibly moved by any of this, really, not one way or the other. And I didn't really expect to be, quite frankly, I'm really waiting to hear from the professionals. That's where I'm at.
2022. Did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date, or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Chacto says, is it cha or sha? So his reliability, he didn't mean reliability. So let's scratch that. So his inability to recall facts will help her. I think that it might potentially come across to members of the jury, not all of the jury, maybe a few members of the jury, that he wasn't attentive. It could come across that way. You have to be really careful in situations like these as an attorney, what questions you ask. I think human beings, generally speaking, in order for us to process and deal with situations like these, especially think about if you're on a jury, we can, if it gets too much for us over here, we can just turn it off. We don't have to watch this. But for the juries, they're charged. They have to watch it. They have to listen to everything. And I think that it is a human trait that we try to identify with the people involved in these cases on some level. Like from my experience, I remember, stuff like that. And it's possible that there might be one, particularly because of the makeup of the jury. It is 12 women and 6 men. So I think there's going to be there's a real potential for a jury member to be one of those, let me put myself in that person's shoes type of person.
Remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Chateau. Thank you for the phonetics. I appreciate that.
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
I'm just going to rewind this a minute because I missed the whole of the question, and I want to make sure that I am hearing the question and the answer correctly respective to Seroquel. So give me just a second. Also, what is going on with the closed captions? They're freaking available. Are they just not picking up? What's the deal? Let me see let me look. Let me see what's going on with the settings. All right, they're on. So I'm not sure. All right, here we go.
Oh, she was physically. Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you?
Okay, so I looked up Seroquel because it is something that I've been prescribed. And one of the side effects, the common side effects it listed are this: sleepiness, extreme daytime drowsiness and fatigue, metabolic changes, weight gain and increased appetite, digestive issues, and dry mouth, constipation, and upset stomach, blood pressure drops, dizziness or lightheadedness when standing up quickly. So I'll say this. For me, one of the things that the prescriber that prescribed me Seroquel, the doctor said to me was Seroquel is known to make you gain weight. So right away, I knew it was going to be the opposite for me. I am one of those people where Benadryl makes people sleepy. Benadryl makes me hype AF. Seroquel, same thing. Seroquel did not make me drowsy. Seroquel did not make me hungry. In fact, I lost weight on Seroquel. I only took it for 1 month because at my next appointment the following month, they weighed me and I had lost weight, and the doctor was like, okay, no more Seroquel for you.
You ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you?
Yes, Remy, it is a sedative type of, it does have a sedative effect. In fact, the first common side effect listed is sleepiness. It is a prescription atypical antipsychotic medication primarily used to treat schizophrenia, bipolar, and major depressive disorder. It works by balancing specific chemical messages such as dopamine and serotonin in the brain. So that is what it's used for, and it does have can make you sleepy.
You own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop.
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6, 2022, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay, and why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was Women and Infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And, but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct? Mm-hmm. She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
I mean, I'm not moved by this evidence. And I'll just say why. Because you can view the evidence both ways. You can view the evidence, which is the way that the state wants you to view it, and that this was all for attention and it was all for show and it was fake. And so that's why she was taking selfies. Or you can view it in the way the defense wants it viewed, which is she was so out of touch with reality. She's in a mental health facility, and she's taking selfies. So Yeah. No surprise, this is not going to move me. I like I said, and I think this goes. I think for you guys in the chat, I think you guys are going to. I think the evidence that's really going to matter is the expert witness testimony, the mental health care providers. That's who's going to make it or break it for me personally. All right, here we go.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times, is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chair.
Camera person, pull back.
Follow me.
Sheesh. We don't need these extreme close-ups. They're not helpful. And also, you're giving me Blair Witch with your abrupt camera movement. We're not going for first-person view here. Please stop. All right. So, I have a feeling the way that this is going today, time-wise, I believe he's going to be on the stand the majority of the day. Here's why. We're not even up to what happened yet, right? The whole purpose of us, of the trial. We're not there yet. We are only at leading up. Again, I'm not moved by her attending some group therapy sessions and not attending others. I mean, sometimes you don't feel like they'll be beneficial for you. I don't, or they don't apply. So I'm not moved by that, really. Without context, January 24th, 2023, Brandy, I'm not really moved by this testimony. Let me go back. Hang on just a sec. I'll rewind. I feel like we're in December. Hold on.
All right, so
The challenge was
You visited 2 or 3 times.
All right, skip a little. It's not here.
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings.
Hold on.
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details.
Every day that she was there.
Yeah, I didn't get.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the detail.
Okay, we're getting close. We're in January. Okay, for the questioning. I just don't think that this is any type, and I don't think that maybe, let me think, how am I going to put this? Because I'm already struggling. We haven't heard any big, huge gotcha moment, right? But maybe we're not supposed to. Maybe this is not the witness for the gotcha moment. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe we were expecting something that is impossible and it was never part of the prosecution's plan in the first place. Because if you really think about it, he is going to be able to just talk about how she was from his perspective because he knows her, right? But when evaluating what level, if any, risk she poses to herself or to those children, quite frankly, number one, even if he were somehow qualified, like through education, like if he was a therapist or psychiatrist or psychologist, a nurse, a doctor, something, right, in that vicinity, he's too close to the situation to be objective. So he's not in any position to evaluate what risk she is. And not only that, but it reminds me, Allie and I were talking about this the other day, and I don't remember how we got on the subject of Al Stauck and Landon. And when they were questioned by police, Landon thought that maybe Letitia had like taken Gannon somewhere and dropped him off. You know what I mean? She and Al were both adamant in their police interviews that they never thought for a second that Letitia would actually harm Gannon, not let alone kill him, right? So I guess for his part, I don't, he asked her if she had a plan every time, which is language that I think that he would have been advised of. Most people who don't have any type of experience, whether that is personal experience or experience like they themselves have mental health struggles, or somebody they know and love has mental health struggles, it doesn't occur to people that I've experienced, that just common people, regular people, to ask about a plan. That's not, hey, Amber, you want to come up for a little bit while we're on lunch? No biggie if you can't. Just let me know. I'll drop you the link, or I'll message it to you. I meant in Messenger. But it seems like, doesn't he have a family member that works in the mental health field? Let's see. Lula, let's see, says, an important aspect would be who was in the group. Was it all catatonic people, disoriented people? That would scare a person. I mean, I think that group therapy is beneficial, right? But I would imagine it would have not, like, it would depend on what the subject matter is. If the subject matter of the group therapy doesn't apply to someone personally, then participating just for participation's sake, if you're not going to get any benefit out of it, maybe you don't participate. I don't see the big hullabaloo there. Hannah says, looking at the old bigger picture, in my opinion, her defense will try to say she wasn't receiving sufficient help, so her true mental illness was missed. DA is trying to show she was seen a lot. I would agree. That is absolutely what's going on. I agree with that. Bertie says, during those 3 days, with a different person approaching her each day, how do you build trust? I would shut down too. Scott H. Hey. Scott says, I'm a volunteer with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Asking someone about plans or means is part of figuring out what action to take next. So then you would be the person to ask. Would it be something that you would ask Scott prior to becoming a volunteer with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Would you have asked that question before becoming before having knowledge? Do you see what I'm saying? Like what I'm asking? Amber said, send a link. I'll do my best. I think his mom was a nurse. One of the grandmothers were. I understand the reason for asking about the plan. But what I'm asking is that common for, how do I, for people who have no experience with mental illness in any capacity, either personally, having somebody in a loved one who has a mental illness, mental health illness. That's what I'm asking. Because to me, I don't know that prior to having my own experience with my mom first and then myself second, if I would have, wow, thanks for this. Hold on a second. Let me see what's happening. I don't know why it did this. Hold on. Doesn't seem like it sent a good link to you. There we go. Let me see if it did it. Let me see if that takes you to my, oh yeah, it's fine. Okay. That link works. It's good to know. I should have tested that a long time ago. All right. I sent it to you. There we go. Sarah said, how would your average Joe know to ask that question until you've been instructed to ask that specifically? There you go. That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, like how would you know to ask that? And here's the thing. Just because you report that you have no plan doesn't mean that you have no plan. Scott says, no, I would have not known to ask that. Neat says, I need more witnesses. Is there a nanny that is going to say Lindsay was awful to their kids and wanted out of her life? Does the neighbor have dirt? I need more. Agreed. Scott said, I made a very good point. I appreciate that, Scott. Becky says, yes, paternal grandma was also a labor and delivery nurse. Neat says, I think most people know to ask that question. No, just me. I do have a master's in counseling, so maybe just me. I'll say this. I would not have known to ask that question prior to having experience with my mom. I will say, though, that one of my earliest experiences with my mom, she left a note claiming suicidal ideation. And me, my sister, and my dad met at my parents' house. And we were talking about what should we do. And I remember saying, Dad, I think we need to call the police because I feel like if she's just out there driving around, we need to report it so that she doesn't hurt somebody else in her attempt to hurt herself. Which my dad did say to me that was very astute and a good thought, and so we did. So I don't know that I would have had that. I don't know if I would have, I wouldn't, I know I wouldn't have. So Bertie said, I would never ask that question because I would think I was encouraging a plan to be made. Interesting. Becky said there is one Facebook post she made about having trouble with her second child. Jean says, good to see you, by the way. This is something I've read in docs in medical settings. So the questions are this. 1, do you have a plan? If yes. 2, do you have a method in mind? And do you have that with you? 3, can you give that means to me or someone until you get through this difficult time? I think that I'll say this. A friend of mine in high school, not when they were in high school, but he was a friend of mine. We were high school friends, and we knew each other into adulthood. And he committed suicide. And I remember my other friend calling me, and we were talking about it. And she was saying, so and so said, I can't believe he did this. He was always so happy. And both she and I said out of our mouths at the exact same time, no, he wasn't. And it was then that situation. I think I was in my late 20s. I think I'd already had little mini Bendy. So I was somewhere between 28 and 30 when this happened. But I learned then through that process that when somebody is sad a lot, and then suddenly and abruptly there's a 180 and they're happy, that is the time to be most vigilant, because the chances increase. So I think that the trouble here with this trial is going to be in the fact that while there are tests and evaluations that can be done on patients who come in with struggles, getting a diagnosis takes time, and it's not easy and it's not quick. And then once there is a diagnosis, working through the diagnosis with whether it be medications, therapy, a combination of medication and therapy, it's a long process, and it's a difficult process because mental health really relies a lot on what the patient themselves and people around the patient, if they're able to, are reporting. And if you think about it, like when I think about it from personal experience, the language that you use can often lead to wrong diagnoses. For example, I have been off of bipolar medication for decades at this point and have not had any issues. I do have, and will always probably have for the rest of my life, sleep issues. But I'm not on sleep medication either. I take a gummy, not a THC or CBD gummy. It has like melatonin, chamomile, tryptophan, stuff like that, and it's a herbal gummy. Not that I'm opposed, I just don't. But when I went to report my symptoms, saying that I could not get my brain to stop, it was interpreted as racing thoughts when they were not racing. Like, I didn't have a thought about what I was going to do, what I had to get done the next day. And then all of a sudden I was thinking about what I had just watched on TV. And then I thought about a conversation I had earlier in the day or 20 years ago or whatever. It wasn't like that. It's just that I would think about, okay, this is what I have to get done tomorrow. And how am I going to accomplish getting done what I have to get done tomorrow. Like one of the kids, I've got to pick up, like say if they had a doctor appointment, okay? Like one of the kids had a doctor appointment, but the other kids didn't. And I would have to think, okay, what time is the doctor appointment? How long is it? How long do I think the doctor appointment is going to take? How long will I have enough time to take this kid to the doctor's appointment and be back in time to pick up the other kids from school? Or do I need to pick all of the kids up at once because I don't want to risk it? Those are the types of thoughts that I had. So that's what I had. And I still do. Like, I think before I go to bed at night now, it's less about that and more about, okay, I have this video that I'm working on. I want to include ABC information. I need to write the narration for that. How am I going to how am I going to construct the graphic to showcase the information that I'm trying to show like that? Those are my thought processes. So they're not racy. They're just, I'm a thinker. I always have been a thinker. I probably always will be a thinker. And then I think about also, okay, so I have Chicky Nuggy Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. She's on antibiotics Wednesday and Friday. It's going to be hotter than 9 kinds of hell. How can I, on the in-between day, Thursday, is there time to take her swimming or no? Or how am I going to keep her entertained? Like currently I'm thinking, okay, I see how this trial is going. I get that there's going to be days where there's no trial for we're going to start late the day that they go on the field trip. We're not having trial tomorrow. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to have the Nuggie this day, and for the better part of the day, the time that she is here, I'm going to be streaming. What can I do to keep her occupied? I don't want to sit her in front of her iPad or the TV the whole time. What can I do? What can I give her that will engage her and occupy her time and keep her busy? And like, that's what I'm thinking about right now. And so I'm a thinker. I'm always thinking all the time. And I'm always trying to think of ways like, okay, I thought about this today while I was in the shower before I came live. I thought about, okay, well, I don't know if I can really use my normal videos that I use when I need to express irritation or outrage. So I think that for her part, for everybody involved in this, that was around Lindsay, her healthcare providers, her family, her friends, etc., I think it would be extremely difficult to for Lindsay as the patient to have the right language to explain what she was going through, even as a nurse. Still, I think it would be difficult. It's hard. These are difficult concepts to explain. It's hard to talk about. It's hard to express how you're feeling in terms that people can understand sometimes. And there's also the other element of it. She's a full-time mom. Okay. So I kind of wonder if her attitude was like, look, shit has hit the fan. Shit has gone sideways. Shit has gone awry. I don't feel right. I haven't felt right. And the thing of it is, I don't have time to dilly-dally and monkey around, because I need to get well. I need to get better. I need to get answers. I need this resolved, or at least working towards a resolution fairly quickly, because I have to be a mom. Yes, I have shower thoughts even when I'm not in the shower, Sarah. I'm a thinker. And I can imagine how frustrating that would be. And then for Patrick's part, let me look, Brandy. I think 8 months. Let me just Google really quick, just to make sure. Yes, 8 months. 8 months old. So, then I think, okay, for Patrick's part, so you've got your partner who's struggling. You're being as supportive as you can be, keeping in mind that he's a whole person himself who's got work and other stuff on his plate and going through his own struggles. Look, having children, as much as you love them, as much as you want to be with them, managing all of their different little schedules, all of their needs, all of their little personalities, just the whole job, all of it. It is a job, and it can be very, very overwhelming. And there's no shame in saying you're overwhelmed, right? And when a baby, look, when I had mini Bindi, it's not like I was a new mama. I had experience. I had 3 other children, but adjusting to a newborn is different. It's difficult. It takes some time to get used to. And then when I had my, with my first 3, like I said, I had a 10. Let me bring Amber up. Hey babe, I had a 10-month-old and a newborn. 10 months old still need you, and then when I had my oldest daughter, there's only 2 years. 2-year-olds still need quite a bit of attention. Hey Amber, how are you, babe? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Might have to fix your audio. Y'all, can you hear Mac? He is really raising Cain. He is so disgruntled at the door being closed. You're not muted, babe. Let me turn. Yeah, we cannot hear you. Let me put it in the private chat so she can look. But anyway, it's a challenge. And so, I'm not super duper moved by, and I don't think we were meant to be. I think this is just really giving us, I think this is foundational testimony, really. Hey Sizzle, I don't think that this is testimony that is going to, it should be, if you look, are you on your phone or your computer, Amber? Either way, it should be at the bottom. So you'll see like me and you, and then there'll be a panel at the bottom. Okay, so you're seeing me and you, and then there's a panel at the bottom where it'll say mute, start video, add, all that. It's the first one on the left with the little microphone. Because it doesn't even show that you're muted. As 2-year-olds need a lot of attention, all the attention. Look. Yeah, Mac is definitely wanting to have a word with the manager. For sure. Absolutely wants to have a word with the manager immediately. Let me do this. Let me take a screenshot and I'll show you where. I'll send it to you in Messenger. Oops. All right, let me send it to you in Messenger. Shit, I can't even find Messenger. Here we go. Stop it. See down there at the bottom, Amber? That's where you do it. So yeah. I think that let me add her back. See if that helps. I just feel like we're just going to hear, this is going to be a lot of foundational testimony, what we hear now. I'm curious how cross-examination is going to go. I'm curious who's going to be next, actually. And I'm, you know what? Let's go over to YouTube really quickly and find out what the resolution. All right, let's see if Amber got it this time. Hello? Doesn't look like it. Hold on a second. Oh, phew. Phew. What the, if any, resolution there was with the motions. Let's see. All right. I don't want to work backwards. We're trying to go forward. Let's see. All right, let's finish this hearing. Here we go. Just a second. All right, this is about, let's rewind this just a scotch. Because this has, Patrick filed a motion. So hold on, I want to get a second. All right, so let's watch this really quickly. You're all right, Amber. Okay, so thank you. Hold on. Let me look in our chat. Let me see what's happening here. Give me a second, you guys. Let me see this. Oh, okay. You know what it is? You need to give your you need to give the permissions, Amber. That's what it is. You have to give permissions to the app in order for you to do it. That's what's going on. Because it's showing that you haven't given permission for your audio and so like when you're backstage or whatever, you need to give permissions. Does that make sense? What now? What's happening here? Hold on. All right, let's see now. Amber? Nope. Brian Koberger wants to drop his guilty plea. He wants to take back his guilty plea. Is that what you're saying, Tess? Let's look at this. What's going on? Here we go. Let's look it up. Oh, oh my God. All right. You guys ready to hear this? All right. Brian Koberger now claims he is innocent and is moving to withdraw the guilty plea that resulted in his 4 life sentences. Here's the primary declaration. Hold on. It's making me create an account. Just please hold. All right. Now we can hear you.
Hi.
Hi. Did you hear this?
Yes, I'm on my phone now. So all I heard right before I dropped off the laptop was Brian Koberger wants to take back his guilty plea.
Yes. Here we go. Okay, so babe, you're gonna have to put me. You have earbuds, or pause your YouTube because we're echoing.
Oh no. Hold on, my
All right, let me share this with you guys. What a load of absolute bologna. Brian Koberger, who pleaded guilty last year to killing 4 University of Idaho students, says he wants to withdraw his confession and reopen the case. Mr. Koberger sent an attachment to the sent a statement, to the New York Times by way of his family. The full statement is below. Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State v. Koberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA probable cause affidavit was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to, again, file for the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. What a load of wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow.
Is there still an echo?
No, babe, you're good. Ow. Wowie, wow, wow. Oh, no, now I can hear me. You got to pause your YouTube, babe.
there still an echo? No, babe, you're good. Okay, so I don't have earphones and I paused the YouTube, so I don't know.
All right, let me keep talking and see what happens. I think we're good.
Okay, so I don't have earphones and I paused the
How about just close your YouTube, babe? Don't pause it. Just close it completely. Are you watching on the TV or something? Because it's actually like in the background.
How about now?
Let me see. Nope, I can still hear me. It's fine. It's because you don't have earbuds or AirPods. It's fine. We'll just mute. You mute when I'm talking, and I'll mute when you're talking. All right, take it away, Amber. You're on.
Okay, so far, Lindsay Clancy. Are we doing Lindsay Clancy or Brian Koberger's bullshit?
Whichever one you want to do.
Okay, so far, my thoughts on the Lindsay Clancy, besides what we already discussed Saturday night, which we got a lot of good feedback from, so I really appreciate that discussion with you. I think that Patrick is very like preoccupied with his own work. Like I really think that once he went back to work after the 12 weeks and things started getting worse for Lindsay, I think that it kind of excuses why he was kind of unaware of like how many Zoloft she was taking and I the gaps of like not knowing the other swim place that the kids were brought to and stuff. Like to me, like all that just kind of shows that he's very like preoccupied with his job. And like I think maybe Lindsay also felt like she couldn't ask him to take time off or something like that in addition to the paternity because she wanted to stay home and not go back to school or back to work. So I think that there's like she's like tiptoeing around like knowing that he's probably going to be the only income because it didn't seem like she was like ready to go back or like really wanting to, which I don't blame her for. I think that maybe there's like communication mishaps between the two just because his job's very demanding. And she also wants to stay home with the kids. So I think that her asking like if he could take sick time off and like help her get through this, I feel like that's why that didn't happen. And she went and checked herself into that hospital on a Saturday. And to me, that kind of stands out as like, so she waited probably all week. She was like white knuckling like her problems. And then as soon as he's home with the kids on the weekend, she thought that that would be a good time to check herself in. And like it ended up not being the right time for the hospital because the holiday weekend and it being a weekend as is, like, I don't know. 3 days in that hospital and not seeing a doctor, regardless of the holiday and stuff, to me, that's like inexcusable.
Okay, so here's what I'll say to that. That's actually kind of common, even if it's not a holiday. She wasn't not seen at all, period. And she was seen by a resident who is a doctor. And then it took a minute to see a staff doctor. Let's analyze what she came in presenting with, because there is, when it comes to being admitted into a mental health treatment facility, there is a triage. And what they're going to deal with first, and so yes, she came in seeking help, but she came in voluntarily. So that puts her at the lower risk triage. Okay. She came in under her own power voluntarily. So then and she had not done anything to herself, right? There wasn't an attempt in that moment. And And she came in again, wasn't presenting in a psychotic episode. So her triage would be at the low end. And I would agree with you that I do think that it's very, very possible. And that's a really good comment and observation that she potentially hung on until the weekend because he was off. And I didn't think about that. So that's a really good point.
I think also, pardon me, he was fairly new at Microsoft. Like, he started there, it sounded like after Cora was born, she had just turned 5. So, I'm not sure. I'd like to know the exact years that he was at Microsoft, but it seemed like he worked at another place for a little bit and then Microsoft. But regardless, I just know from my husband's job that these tech companies require almost like you're on call like a doctor when you're a software engineer. Like it's kind of ridiculous the amount of time that they require from their employees. And I think that, they live in an expensive place. The area, I mean, they talked about having a boat, all these things don't just go away because like the bills, because your wife, is sick or whatever. So I think that there's a lot of tiptoeing around, like his company probably like felt like he couldn't ask for more time after getting 12 weeks because like the workload piles up for these guys. They get back to work. So I think because at first I'm like, dude, how is he not aware of even the area where their swim place was? He's not aware of the milligrams that she was taking of this and how when she had stopped the Zoloft and stuff. And I'm thinking like, to me it's kind of odd just because of how my husband is. When I didn't like suffer this way where I needed meds, but when I had my kidney stone and after the C-section, my husband definitely helped me like pain management. And that was all done obviously postpartum in last year. So the only reason because a lot of people are blaming Patrick. How was he not aware? And he's, wasn't paying attention to her. I'm trying to give him grace and excuse and blame like the job that he worked at and the responsibilities that still were falling on him as like, if he's going to be the only one bringing in income, like, I think that she might have not wanted to bother him and ask more of him at the time because she's already asking like possibly not to go back to her job, and her wanting to like get out of the mental hospital in time for Cora's birthday. Like, to me it screams that she's very much like wants to please the family and her husband and thinks that putting them first, like all mothers do, I think, is also kind of what led to her checking herself out and all this stuff possibly too soon.
I would agree with that. I think that as parents, I think that I can't really speak to I can speak to what I witnessed, right, from my husband as a parent, but I can't speak to his perception of things as a father. I can only speak to my perception of things as a mother. And for me, I think that you're spot on there. I think that she did not want her child's birthday to be disrupted by this. I think that for her, while she obviously seems like she really was interested and wanted and an active participant in getting help and getting resolution to this, she was on a let's hurry up and get this resolution. I am a mom. I have shit to do. I cannot be a zombie because I have children to take care of. I have we need to figure out what is going on with me and get it fixed and get it fixed quick. And I think speaking as a woman who has always been married to a blue collar worker, I would like their jobs are equally demanding. And I remember when I had my oldest daughter, he could be there, and I had C-sections. He could only be there for the day that she was delivered. and then he had to go right back to work. So like he couldn't even get off of work to get me to take me home from the hospital. So, you know, I had very little help with recovering from my C-sections with both of my daughters because his work demanded that he be there. And then on top of it, he worked a very demanding, not 9 to 5 job. The hours were, a lot of it had to do with like emergencies. And so emergencies don't usually happen during 9 to 5 hours. You know, they're always after hours. And so, you know, like I know that even when Minnie Bindi was little, I think she was not 2. He had to go to Florida after the hurricanes. So I was there. It was just me and the kids. And that, you know, and before I got pregnant with her, that he had to go to Florida after a hurricane. So, you know, it's just, I think it's a lot. And I do think that she was, you know, worried about taking care of the kids and her family, just period, you know, so she didn't really have time to like, I think she was wanting this to be resolved and probably very frustrated that it wasn't getting resolved, that she was following what the doctors were telling her, taking what they said to take, and it wasn't helping. That has to be frustrating on both ends.
Yeah, and that's rough for every C-section that you had. People don't realize it gets more painful because of the scar tissue that they keep having to cut open. So recovering from
Yeah.
C-section without the aid, like that's rough. Like so I feel for you there. Speaking of a little bit of birth trauma, they talked about how Cora, and I cannot remember the middle child, but the first 2, she had somewhat of a more traumatic birth experience. It sounded like a little bit of hemorrhaging and tearing, like with Cora. But the third baby, who was 8 months old, like it didn't sound like that was as traumatic as the other births, but I don't think that diminishes any sort of PTSD that she might have been experiencing, like even in the hospital, like wondering probably like, how is this time going to go? Like, is it going to be worse? And then when it wasn't as bad as the first 2, I think that's why she jumped into her doing that beach body, like fitness stuff right away, like thinking like, well, good, I didn't have to recover as badly, like as the first 2, like I'm able to bounce back and I can lose this baby weight and I can do this program. And then I think once that high sort of, if you will, runs off, she loses the weight and then she starts realizing like, okay, I took care of myself, but I'm still not well. Like, I think that might have been another perfect storm scenario to all this, that like she rushed into like a physical mode of like, I'm going to get back at it. But really, like, you have to take that time to rest, and your body, like, even if it wasn't as traumatic, like you're not ready to just go all out. And I think that might have like added to this confusion maybe with the husband, like, oh, she's doing good, she's exercising, like everything's good, and then as soon as he goes back to work, like he said, it just got worse.
Yeah. 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 So this is, I mean, you're giving a really good perspective, Amber. I'm glad that you came up. Now, should we talk about Koberger? Because I found an article from Newsweek that talks about what he would be able to do.
Yeah, read it.
If this is legal. Okay, so what the law says. The legal mechanisms governing plea deals in Idaho depend heavily on timing. Brace yourself, Amber. Under Idaho Rule of Criminal Procedure 33C, remember the 35C, Requests made prior to sentencing are evaluated under a relatively lenient standard that allows withdrawal for any fair and just reason. Once a judge has formally imposed a sentence, however, the standard shifts dramatically. Post-sentencing withdrawals are permitted only to correct a manifest injustice. Because Koberger has already been sentenced, his legal team must convince the court that leaving his original conviction intact would result in a clear, fundamental miscarriage of justice. Proving a manifest injustice requires meeting a high evidentiary bar. Courts typically consider a plea vulnerable only if the defendant can show that it was entered involuntarily, that defense counsel provided constitutionally ineffective assistance, or that prosecutorial misconduct prejudiced the outcome. While Koberger's public statement claims he was misled by false promises and disinformation, he previously affirmed under oath his change of plea hearing before Stephen Judge Hippler that he understood the agreement, was acting voluntarily, and was entering the plea because he was, in fact, guilty. Overcoming those sworn statements in open court will require substantial, concrete evidence rather than broad assertions. Compelling. Sound it out, Bindi. Complicating matters further is the legal framework surrounding post-conviction appeals. As part of his original plea agreement, Koberger formally waived his right to direct appeal. While such waivers do not entirely bar post-conviction petitions based on severe constitutional violations or newly discovered evidence, courts view post-sentence retractions with profound skepticism. Unless his defense team can present tangible proof of coercion, fraud, or egregious errors that directly corrupted the plea process, legal observers emphasize that courts rarely overturn a settled guilty plea at this stage.
Yeah, I don't see this, like Neat said in chat. I don't think it's going to happen. And I
No.
know that the pro burgers are going to hang on to every single word. Like, oh no, we can present something. It's like they can try all they want, but I really don't think that, because we've seen, hate him or not, but like Scott Peterson's jury was like not the best. Like there's
Oh,
arguably
God.
constitutional rights broken
Yes.
in Scott Peterson's case, and he's been filing appeals for decades at this point.
Right. This is how I'm looking at it. This is literally my face right now. Because what Koberger is mentioning, unsealed evidence, it might be unsealed to the... Get it together, Benny. You're not going to drop an F-bomb. You will not do it. Do not give that puke the satisfaction. I shan't. While it's newly unsealed for the public, it is not newly unsealed for Brian Koberger. It's part of his discovery. I think this is absolutely, positively a ploy. That's what I think. I think he does this because he, above everything else, likes control. And this is a measure of control.
I agree. Yeah, it's like
This...
he's been in there, he's bored, he's like, let me get some attention. Has Harsh Reality come out with 3 videos already about this news?
Oh, God, please, I'm not looking. I'm not looking over there. I'm not going to. Let me look. I hate this place sometimes.
I know it.
All right, hold on.
That's what I thought when I saw Lauren and Jessica Machado in a picture together. I was like, I hate this place sometimes.
I hate this place. All right, let me look. No, surprisingly, it looks like
They're coming.
5 hours ago. Oh, upcoming live stream. Time is running out. Let's see what this is about. Let me see what the title of this is. Just time is running out.
Oh, of course, right.
Of course, it's always running out. Okay, so look. Planned by, okay, Tess says Christina thinks this was planned. Planned by whom? Planned by Koberger? Planned by his attorneys? Planned by whom?
Harsh reality.
Yeah, planned by whom? I need to be more, before I can agree or disagree, I need to know planned by whom. Because look, here's the deal. Look at Chris Watts. Let's take him for an example. Chris Watts's only avenue was for relief would have been under a 35C. All right. But he would have had to show new evidence. And this is where people didn't understand what the term new evidence means. It actually has to be brand spanking new. If it was contained in the discovery, which means it was available at the time of the plea deal negotiation and the time that the plea deal was made, it is not new evidence. It has to be brand new, never before seen, heard, thunk of at all. It has to be, nobody knows about this evidence. This evidence could not have been something that was known during the plea agreement. Okay?
And how would you even find something like that?
Well, you could certainly go through the case file, right? And basically it would require reinvestigating the case. And so let's say there was a witness statement. Now the witness statement, right, was known. However, let's say the witness mentioned a name and the name that was mentioned was never followed up on. And they go follow up on it. And then through that is another follow-up and another follow-up and another follow-up, right? Then potentially the burden is high. So high. Okay. Oh yeah, by BK, absolutely. I think this is an absolute, they're coming back, an absolute positive ploy. He likes to keep control. It's absolute bullshittery. It's just, the level of bullshittery is too damn high.
I'm going to hop off and watch
All right,
the
babe.
chat.
All right. Thank you for coming up, sweetie. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime, every time. All right, let me turn this up. It is up. What's the jingle jangling going on in the background? That's all I hear. All I can think of is this song that keeps running through my head is, I got spurs that jingle, jingle, jingle. I don't know the rest of the song. Also, I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch. It's like 1 o'clock here. Let's see if okay.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark as the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
Sir, showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, could I see it sidebar?
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you exhibit 10, Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you briefly exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January of 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah,
And what was her response?
she told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again, sidebar?
I mean, I have to agree with Melissa. They're acting like she's Casey out at the club. What mom doesn't pull it together for their kids for a party or outings? I don't feel it's evidence. I think it's evidence, but it's evidence of what you just said. It's not evidence of what the state has to prove at all. So, you know, Amber said, ATS News says, another thing I noticed about Patrick, when he talks about what he and the kids did together, every time it's something fun. Seems Lindsay took care of them all them and all parts herself, not just the fun times. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's definitely, I would say, the primary caregiver to those children. And speaking as a stay-at-home mom myself, when my husband was home and the only day off he had for years was Sunday. He worked Monday through Saturday. And then when he switched jobs, then he was both of the jobs that he had, both the types of jobs he had required an on-call. But when he switched from one type of job to another, he the on-calls included, they were more frequent, and so it just was what it was. But anyway, so whenever he was home on Sundays, I still had like laundry and Sunday. I don't know why Sunday became laundry day in the house, but it did. And that's it. I mean, obviously when you have little ones, like especially babies, you have to do laundry in the middle of the week, but the main laundry day was Sunday, and lunch still had to be made, and baths and bedtimes and all those things. Right. And so I took care of that. And when the kids, now that they're adults, when they reflect back on like talking about like times they remember and stuff, a lot of their memories are, remember when we went with dad to do this, that, or the other. Remember how like one of the houses we lived in when they were young had a pool, an in-ground pool, and it was a pool that was made constructed in the 80s, so it was real deep. And I'll never forget, my heart, first it was in my throat and then it was in my toes. He was on top of the roof and he jumped from the roof into the pool because it was deep enough to do that, but it still scared the shit out of me. But the kids remember that and how fun he always was, because that's how I wanted it to be. Like, he only had the one day off and I wanted it to be fun. And those are those are their memories. We had fun too, me and the kids, and they have those memories too. But they also remember, like when I was on the, going through the whole psychiatric diagnosis or whatever, and the various medications that I had, how like I would clean to the point where it was too much. Like everything always had to be kept immaculate. I cleaned the kids' rooms every single day. I vacuumed the whole house every single day, multiple times a day, actually. I was doing way too much. I was out of control. And they remember that, which makes me sad. And now that they're older, they know that what that was about. Like, they can understand more. When they were younger, early teens, they were like, my God, Mom, like, what are you doing? I wouldn't make them clean. I wouldn't yell at them or, be upset that I had to clean. It was just, I think for me, when I look back at it now, because I felt my brain was so out of control, the only thing that I could control was the environment. And so I wanted the environment to be clean all the time. And so that's how it was. But yeah, it's just hard. It's hard. And, these sidebars are annoying. Let's get it. Come on. I still haven't eaten. I'm still in the process of making lunch.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification, and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. you can submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification, Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And the museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. So marked. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the ponytail,
It's Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
How long?
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
I don't understand what this is supposed to prove. I just don't get it. One way or the other. I don't think it proves anything, really. Just like pictures don't prove anything. Everybody smiles for pictures. Pictures are intended to capture the happy times. Who stands around and photographs people when they're crying?
We could go to 14.
Or can't muster the energy or the willpower to take a shower? Who photographs that? Come on. Oh, Tess, I'm glad you're back, because while I have you here, I want to say thank you so much for bringing us that breaking news. I forgot to do my little. Thank you for that, babe. I can't believe Coburger, the audacity of that poop.
Sir, here at 1625. Got Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with core and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Core entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Core and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
What? Is there a charcuterie tray over there? Hold on. Why are we sidebarring again? What's going on with the sidebar? Teacup Kraken says, there have been times where I felt awful physically or emotionally and rallied it together enough to still take my kids out. It's part of being a mom. Absolutely. It's part of being a parent. It's what you do. I just don't think that this is going to prove this. There's no proof of anything either way in this video. It doesn't prove the state's point and it doesn't prove the defense's point. It's all it does is remind the jury who the victims are in this situation. And it's an emotional ploy, I feel like. The state wants the jurors to hate the defendant. I mean, who could look at those little sweet faces and think of harming them, taking their life in any way? But that's not what the point, that's not what we're after here. That's not the purpose of this trial. And I don't like when emotional manipulation tactics are used in any capacity, in any area. I don't like it when it's done on YouTube. I don't like it when it's done in the courtroom. I don't like emotional manipulation at all, ever. Ever, ever, ever. You didn't really miss anything, Jonah's mom. Glad you're back, babe. Mainly lunch. We just now really got back, and we've had 3 freaking sidebars since we've been back. So you haven't missed anything. You're good. Remy said, better be a charcuterie board, deli sandwiches, and a coffee bar. Let me do it right. Coffee bar. Back there to justify the amount of sidebars. Yeah, it's too much. Like, come on, bro. Yes, it feels very fall for the trick, Remy says. I agree. It feels like you don't have enough faith in your own, the strength of your case, that you got to pull this kind of BS tactic. I don't have patience for this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Update on the cat situation. Well, Mr. Boy is underneath my dresser, just chilling, hanging out. Mac has accepted, for the moment, knock on wood, that the door is going to remain closed. He is no longer beseeching me from the other side of it. It's my terrible Boston accent. I can't do Boston that good.
All right, pursuant to our discussion.
I never
that
remember.
portion may be admitted.
I never remember when to add an R and drop an R. Like brar, I know. But like if it ends in an R, you drop the R. If it doesn't have an R, you add an R. Like I'm terrible at a Boston accent.
15 somewhere.
What's it, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those.
Yeah.
Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you a selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah,
Is this that photo?
yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah,
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah,
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah,
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
no, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that. Yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Publishing these. Exhibit 21 and Exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And While you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning or that day.
This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have a photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Hold on. We do have to address that. Jonah's mom, before we address that, asks what breaking news. Brian Koberger, through someone else, has released a statement basically saying that he wants to withdraw his guilty plea. He is actually innocent. And the reason that he pled guilty was because he was, I'm paraphrasing, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, hoodwink, misled, all the things. And he's actually innocent. And now he wants to take back his guilty plea and plead not guilty and have a trial. Also, I will say, I think for him to describe that day as having one of her best days is interesting. It might be problematic. Here we go.
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times.
Yeah.
Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counselor, could I see both sidebar here?
Oh boy, now we have another sidebar. I wonder that too, Tess. I do. I wonder that as well. I'll say this. I know we're all annoyed at this line of questioning, but I'll say this. I think the reason for this line of questioning is to paint the picture of how, frankly, everything was absolutely unremarkably normal about that day. I think that's what she's trying to establish with the jury. I think that there were, I don't think that there's many questions about like the details about whether, he was using a bowl or a plate to eat his chicken nuggies.
We're going to break at this point for the day.
Oh, the judge is done.
What we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right, so you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see.
He sure did, Judge Bevas.
Same with the same instructions that you got from the officer.
Where is Judge Bev? Hold on a minute. I think I might have some Judge Bev around here somewhere. Let me look.
Okay.
Oh,
All rise.
there's a Judge Bev. Let me see. Do I have a? And just because.
All right.
I think it's awful though that Patrick has to come back they're not even to the point where he's left. He's just leaving now to go pick up.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Oh yeah, let me see Counsel over here.
Yeah, they're not going to want to talk about that. They just want to discuss the view. Here's the deal. I feel like, yes, the state is going to have to establish that there was nothing out of the ordinary going on that day with Lindsay that she outwardly manifested, which proves, again, doesn't actually prove anything, but that's what they're trying to establish. And I will say that she could have probably established that in about 10 less questions, just in my opinion. And I do think that I agree with this, Tess. I think he saw that Patrick was exhausted. This is really difficult for him, I would imagine. I don't know how people do it. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how I would be. I really don't. I mean, I'm basically holding it together on a good day. Okay. I can't imagine. I'm resisting the urge to, just use an entire sentence with nothing but cuss words. All of the cuss words being in adverb form, adjective, verbs, pronouns, past tense, dangling participles, all the things. I resist that urge every day. I can't imagine what I would, if I were having to live through this. I don't know how it would be. I don't. That's why I really try very, very hard. In the early days of an investigation, when news reports are coming out about, well, the mom is acting like this or the stepmom's acting like that, I don't usually pay any of those any, never mind, because, I don't know how I'd act. So who cares about what, Jonah's mom? My story? What's going on in the courtroom? What do you? Who cares? Be more specific.
All right.
And I don't know why it sounds like they're bussing damn tables in there.
And so we're going to be recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right, so we'll be in recess.
Board, all rise.
Is there another matter in which we won't be in recess? What's happening, Judge? All right, I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. All right, so day one is in the books, and we won't be here tomorrow. I gotta say, I would not classify day one as going swimmingly for the prosecution. It's just, we're not there yet. She did look like she was about to have an anxiety attack. So, all right, I guess this is important, and I want to acknowledge what Kimberly said. This man is a victim. The courts and the whole process is not set up to protect victims. The whole process is grueling and slow, and every day is a re-traumatization. Absolutely. Absolutely. The criminal justice system is not set up really to protect victims. It is a balance between really the defendant at the top of the priority list is the defendant's right to a fair trial. That's what the criminal justice system. It's all set around the defendant's right to a fair trial. And second to that is getting justice for the victim in the case. That's the truth. It doesn't protect living victims whatsoever. It does not. You're right. It does not. It does not. It does not. All right, you guys. Well, I'm still on the fence. I'm not moved either way. I'm still right up there, right in the middle. All right, you guys, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. I will see you guys bright and early Wednesday. We're going to be delayed Wednesday. I'm definitely going to start late so we can zip through lunch. But thank you for being here. If you haven't done so, give your girl a thumbs up or a thumbs down, whichever you feel I've deserved. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Thank you to the mods. Welcome to the new members. I appreciate that. We need to do a members live soon. So yes, we have to do that. Put that. Maybe we'll do that Wednesday. Maybe we can do that. Wait, tomorrow's Tuesday. I don't have anything going on Tuesday. Maybe we can do a Tuesday night members only live. Let's try for that. All right, you guys, have a great rest of your afternoon, and I will see you all later. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. All right, bye, you guys.